1. Six. Seven. 40. 15. 20. 21. 28. 29. 34. 35. 1. Yellow. 20 Stevens, 35. 5. Stevens 5. One. Six. Seven. 14. 15. 22. 23. 29. 30. 37. 38. 45. 46. 53. 54. 61. 63. 66. 70. 75. 81. The frame, Matthew Stevens. Frame 11. Jaws whale to break. 1. Seven. 8. 14. 15. Yeah. 21. 22. 28. 29. 35. 36. Joe Swale 36. 1. 7. Monty Stevens 7. Yellow. Joel Swale 1. One. Joel Swale 1. One. Seven. Yeah, the black. Which one? The black, the white.
Red.
Red. Okay.
Big spot there.
Eight. 12th. Thirteen. 20. 21. 25. 'Matthew Stevens, 25. 1. Blue. Joe Swale, 1. 5. To Stevens, 5. 5. Nine. Stevens 9. Five. Eleven. Okay, no problem. Joel Swale 11. File 7 in frame, Matthew Stevens. Frame 12, Matthew Stevens to break. One. Eight. Nine. 16. 17. 24. 25. 32. 33. 38. 39. Brown. 43. 44. 50. 51. 57. 58. 64. 65. $71. 72. 78. 79. 79 frame, Matthews. Frame 13. Joel Swale to break. One. Yep. 8. 9. 40. Draw swale 14. One. Yep. Draw swale 1. 1. Six. Seven. 12. 13. 'Joe Swain, 30. 1. 7. 8. 11. 12. $70. 18. 23. 25. Black.
.32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days they will battle it out over the green baize. A grueling test of character, accuracy and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship.
Hello and welcome to the very last day of qualifiers here at Ponds Forge for the Betfred.com World Snooker Championship. We have our first winner of the day, the battler from Hastings, Mark Davis. Mark, put it there, 10-3 against Ken Doherty. It's a different way of qualifying now. You were only just outside the 16, so under the old format, of course, you'd have only had one best of 19 to get to the Crucible. You've come through 3, so is it a feeling of relief a little bit?
Yeah, it's a big relief. Yeah, I mean, obviously, normally it's one match, as you say, but this time it's 3. I mean, that's what it is. It's, you just made a decision to do that, so you get on with it. So just, I don't care what system it is, as long as you get through, you're happy, whether it's one match or 3 matches. It doesn't really. Rather play one, obviously, but some tough games here this week, and I was just delighted to get through.
What were your thoughts ahead of facing Ken? Because, of course, he's got such a great history and prestige. Won it in '97, and there was all that talk about the match between him and Rian. Rian played really well in that one. So, Ken was in there. He made a great return to the Crucible last year. That was not going to be an easy match.
No, not at all. Not an easy match at all. I mean, Rian did play well in that match, from what I saw. And it's the first game. Everyone's a little bit. You can't really judge anything on one game. And he beat my mate Lee in the next round, so he must have played well. And we know how well Ken is. He beat me the year we won it at the Crucible first round. The year we won it, he beat me, and I played him a few times. He's even today at 8-1, I was so nervy out there because he's never going to give up, and he can come back. He's done it loads of times before, so I was a bit edgy today. So just relieved to get it over reasonably quickly.
Well, there have been some funny matches here. I mean, Matthew Selk came back from, I think, 7-2 down against Jimmy. So there's so much at stake. It's the holy grail of the sport. And I guess you can't help but have that come into the back of your mind occasionally. You're thinking, I'm almost there. I can almost visualise the curtain and the big walk on. It's still a really, really big deal getting to the Crucible, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a massive tournament, brilliant venue. And, from 8-1, to have to set on that overnight, there's only one way that can go, really. and it's hard to think, what if I lost from here, sort of thing. I should be experienced enough to sort of deal with that a little bit better. But there's only one way to go, because obviously you should win. And win the match from there. And so it was a little bit edgy today, and especially against Ken, he's so much experience, and just pleased to get through. And like I say, it's a massive tournament. It's the World Championship. And any other one, it probably wouldn't be so bad. But I was stupid as it sounds, I'd probably be more relaxed or more sort of focused if it was 6-3 or 5-4, because I know there's a long way to go before the match. But 8-1, you sort of you've basically won really, and you've just got to turn up and finish it off. But anything can happen.
Well, I would in the press room by Dave Hendon, will be commentating on every match, every ball. Well, maybe not every match, but he'll be one of the Eurosport's main guys covering the tournament. This will be your 10th year at the Crucible. Hard to believe it. It's been so long. You've been around, and it's a decade of appearances in all.
Yeah, I didn't realise it was 10. I know I've been there a few times. I thought it was like 7 or 8, to be honest. But it's brilliant. Hopefully, I've never really played my best there for whatever reason. I won a couple of matches, but I don't know. Hopefully this year I'll play some good stuff, and it's a brilliant venue. It's just not, personally, I've never sort of played my best stuff there for for whatever reason that is. I don't know, and maybe it was Terry. The first year I went, Terry absolutely done a job on me. So maybe he's given me nightmares ever since. I don't know, but so we blame Terry, shall we? But no, it's good. It's always nice to get there, and 42. You don't know how many times you're going to get there again. To be perfectly honest with you, so at least it'll be one more time.
Well, just explain what the atmosphere is like, because from the humble perspective of being an MC, I wonder whether it makes a difference that you're positioned a little lower than you would be at other tournaments, where the spectators in the front row are almost on your eye line. Does that give it a little bit of a feeling of a cauldron and a coliseum, that you can feel people on top of you?
Yeah, maybe, because when you don't notice it so much when you're playing, but when you're watching, you can, the ones in the front row, they could, if they're playing a shot, they could sort of touch you at the end of the queue. They're that close. And I think it's pretty small arena with 2 tables in, but that's probably what makes the atmosphere, I'd imagine. If it was a lot bigger, with a lot more seating, then maybe it wouldn't quite be the same. So I think it's because it's a smallish arena with this whole table set up and everything, and that's what makes it special. And it's always nice to get there, and you just want to play well. Obviously, people dream when you first start playing, you want to play there, and then you want to do this and that, and that's certainly one of the things you plan about doing when you first turn professional. And like I say, luckily I've been there 10 times, so hopefully I'm due a run.
Now, one thing that I'm really interested to ask you, because it'll be fascinating to see how various players feel about this. A lot of people are saying, or were before the qualifiers began, that it would be virtually impossible for a qualifier to come through 3 best of 19s and then regather to take on the best in the world with a realistic shot of getting quite far in the tournament. Obviously, you've got elation because you've just stepped off against Ken. Do you feel tired in any way?
Not particularly. I've actually felt I've sort of surprised myself a little bit. I've felt a little bit the last few days, but it's not just the 3 matches there. It's there's sort of 4 weeks before I was in the North Wales, and then out to the Thailand, and then China, and then straight back with hardly any time in between. But you're not moaning about it. It's what you want. You'd rather be out there working than sitting at home doing nothing. So certainly not going to complain about it. But at the moment, I feel all right. So I know what they're saying. I understand what they're saying. It's probably true, to be honest. Especially when you're sort of 42 like me. If you're a youngster, maybe not so much. But I feel all right at the moment. So if I can feel all right, then I'm sure some of the other guys can manage it. And it's get on with it. Like I say, when you get there, it should give you that extra buzz and the extra adrenaline to keep yourself going throughout the tournament. And if it was another one, then maybe you would feel a bit tired.
But I suppose you could put that argument the other way, couldn't you? You could say that having come through 3 matches, you're absolutely fresh, you're on a roll, you're ready to go, as opposed to whichever seed you face is coming in, maybe having had 2 or 3 weeks prep, but not having had a match in that time.
Yeah, possibly, exactly. Yeah, there's always different ways to look at things, and that's true. We've played, everyone who gets through today has played, 3 matches here, 3 tough matches, and they should be pretty sharp. And then, they're playing again pretty soon, whenever they're, see what the draw is and when they're playing. So, whereas the other guys, probably they're preparing in the club and everything, but it's not quite like playing matches, as you say. So, there's arguments for and against, I suppose, but I'd rather not have played the 3 matches. I'd rather do what they were doing, if you're perfectly honest with you. So, but I'm sort of glad it's happened now.
Well, you've done it and you're there. So talk us through the next couple of days. Are you going back to Sussex, or now that you're up here, are you going to limit your travel and just try and have a couple of easy days before the draw unfolds and tells us who you're playing?
No, I'm going to the Port Hunter Golf Day tomorrow. So I'm going to do that. I was going to do that anyway. Well, unless I had one from 8-1 up, and I might have walked home. But I'm going to do that, and then obviously the draw's being done there as well. So I'll just see what the draw is, and unless I'm playing sort of Tuesday, Wednesday, I'll probably stay because it's a long way for me to go back, long drive, you know, back and then back up again. So depending on when it is, the odds are I'd stay up, but we just see what happens, and I'll decide.
And what about the fan club and the family? Would you get them up for the first round? Bearing in mind, you know, you've mentioned a couple of times that you're 42, and how many more opportunities will you get to compete at the Crucible? Does that mean that as early as the first round you say, right, come on you lot, get up and come on watch me on the big stage?
Yeah, well, the fan club and the family are one thing, because they're my only fans actually.
Come on, no, that's harsh. That's harsh. Come on, you've got a few.
No, there's a few guys. They always love coming up to this one. There's probably it'll be a good few come up every time I qualify. They come up and enjoy themselves, have a good time, and nice to have the support. So yeah, I expect I'll be getting a few phone calls today and saying I can't tell them much till the door's done, obviously. So I'm sure there'll be a few coming up to watch. Yeah, and I say it's sort of where we live. It's always a long drive to wherever we go. But, to be fair, they normally come up and make an effort and come up to support me in most of the events.
Well, let's hope it'll be worth it. You've come through 3 massive matches, beating Ken, who beat you en route to the title in '97, which I'd forgotten about. Actually, quite a nice stat for you to reverse. So you're the first qualifier to make it through. So many congratulations. Enjoy the golf day tomorrow, and we will wait and see what the draw and what the fates bring out for you. So great stuff. Thanks very much, Mark. Well, if you've been watching the action, we're going straight back to the tables. We've got Matthew Stevens, who's in command against Joe Swale. He's leading 9-4. Ryan Days 8-6 up against Jack Jones. Graeme Dott, the pocket dynamo, who won the title in '06. He's trailing by 1 against Hugh Deleuze. So there's a great climax coming in that one. But here on the World Snooker YouTube page, we will be interviewing every single qualifier from today. Remember, we've got the draw tomorrow, and the world's most prestigious snooker tournament begins in earnest on Saturday morning. But we need to find out who the other 15 qualifiers will be. Thanks very much, Mark. We'll let you get back to the action. Matthew Stevens against Joe Swale. He's 1 frame away, the Welsh Dragon.
32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days, they will battle it out over the green bays. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship. 32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days they will battle it out over the green baize. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship.
Frame 14, Matthew Stevens to break. One. Yep. Six. Seven. Fourteen. 50. Yep. $21. $22. $29. 37. 38. 43. 44. 49. 50. 57. 58. 65. 66. 73. 74. 81. 82. 89. 90. 90. Yep. $96. $97. $104. $105. $105 and $111. $130. With 13 in frame, Joe Smith. Frame 15, Joe Swale to break. 1. Six. Seven. Twelve. Yep. 13. Eighteen. Nineteen. 26. 27. 34. 35. 40. 42. Yep. $48. Joel Swain, 48. One. Seven. Eight. Yep. 15. $16. 22. Monty Stevens, 22. One. Eight. Nine. $40. Monty Stevens, 40. 1. Eight. Nine. Twelve. Judgement. Jag suelto. 1. Brown. Five. Seven. 10. 14. 19. 25. 32 framing match, Matthew Stephens. Which is not so bad. Hard luck, mate. Hard luck.
Massive blue there from Matthew Stephens, beating Joe Swale to once again book his place at the Crucible in the first round proper. Another Welshman has just done that as well. Ryan Day. Ryan, fantastic that you're once again at the business end of the Crucible. It's been, by your standards, an averagely okay season. You're back up to world number 20, but quite a lot of relief to once again be stepping out behind that famous curtain at the Crucible?
Yeah, of course. Everyone wants the season to end at the Crucible, not at Ponds Forge. It's a bit of a change this year. You have to win 3 games, so it was no mean task to get through. But luckily for me, I've managed to do it. And like you said, I'm in the draw tomorrow.
Did you feel any fatigue coming into this match against Jack?
It's been very hectic the last 6 weeks. We've been India, landed now, Thailand, China, and I was back for 2 days, I think, and made my way up here. So it's been another 8 days away from home, and there's possibly another fortnight to go. So yeah, it's been very hectic.
Now, you've had an interesting career, 3 times a ranking event finalist. You've got a really good record at the Crucible, 3 quarter-finals, brilliant comeback against Ding a couple of years ago. And yet you've had the difficult moments as well, but it does seem as though things are starting to click a little bit. Okay, you haven't had any deep runs this year, but you're back up to 20 and you're there or thereabouts in terms of the hunt for the top 16.
Yeah, it possibly says something that although I haven't been at my best for a while, I'm never far off around the 20 mark in the ranking. So if I can get another 5-10%, I'm definitely going to be able to push forward from the position I'm in.
Will you go home between now and the tournament starting at the Crucible, bearing in mind that you have spent so much time travelling on the road, or are you, like Mark Davis, planning on actually sticking around and making sure you get plenty of rest before the first round?
Yeah, I'm going to stay this evening. The draw's at 10 o'clock in the morning. If I draw to play Saturday, maybe Sunday, I'll stay. If not, I'll be back down the road to see the family.
And when you go home, bearing in mind that you've come through 3 best-of-19s to get here, would you do much practice, or would your focus be on actually resting so that you try and come back fresh?
Yeah, I would be practicing, but I wouldn't be practicing hour on end. It would just be light stuff, just to keep the eye and the hand coordination intact and the timing going. But yeah, it's more about just recharging the batteries and getting ready to play whenever that is.
And you've had some good runs, as I said, a few quarter-finals. Will you still get that buzz when the curtain goes back and you hear your cheesy intro from me and you get a massive reception from the crowd? Will that get the hairs on the back of your neck standing to attention?
Yeah, of course, Rob. It's great to see you down there on the floor. But yeah, it's atmosphere like no other that we play in. So like I said earlier, everyone wants to play there, and yeah, it's another year where I'm going to be able to do that.
And we were watching the last few balls of Matthew's match, so you'll be delighted that your fellow Welshman is in the frame at the Crucible as well. You know, good omens for you boys.
Yeah, that's right. And Jamie Jones is in a tight match as well. I think it's 8 each at the minute. But I'm delighted for Matthew. He's a really class player, and it's good to see him back at the Crucible.
Certainly is. Well, Ryan, we wait to see who you get in the draw, but you've got to be in it to win it, so many congratulations. Great stuff. Enjoy your couple of days at home if that's the way the draw pans out, and we'll see you in the first round proper here at the Crucible. Brilliant stuff.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Okay, well, we'll be hearing more from the other players who've won. Ryan's got to go, actually, because he said his space in the car park was only booked until 2 o'clock. But World Snooker have guaranteed to pay his parking ticket if he gets one. Breaking news here on the day of the qualifiers. So we'll be hearing shortly from Craig Steedman, who's come through a brilliant match against Jamie Burnett, 10-6. The world number 81 will be making his Crucible debut. That from a player who re-qualified for the tour on Q School. We'll also be catching up with Matthew Stevens. We've talked about that with Ryan. And we've got some other brilliant matches still ongoing. Anthony McGill is 9-6 up against Mark King at the moment. Graeme Dott's got himself a 2-frame advantage. The 2006 champion, the Pocket Dynamo, is up against Hugh DeLue. Alan the Angles McManus, what a great run he had to the quarter-finals last year. He's 9-4 up against Mitchell Mann, but Mann's in the balls. And Jamie Jones, 8-all now against Adam Duffy. Duffy was 8-5 down, and remember, Duffy's bidding to become the first player from Sheffield to make it through to the Crucible. Loads to talk about. We'll come back with the updates every 15 minutes. We are not short of drama here on the last day that the qualifiers can earn their right to get amongst the world's best here at the Crucible.
32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days, they will battle it out over the green baize. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship.
Look at me, I'm working. Four players have so far qualified to make it through to the Crucible. Here's the third. We've got one more to catch up with. Matthew Stevens, who's outside having a quick comfort break. He'll be coming back in. Craig Steedman, the first debutant from this year's qualifiers to make it through. Brilliant win for you against Jamie Burnett, the world number 81. Did you believe when you stepped out today that you would secure your berth at the sport's spiritual home, the biggest stage of all, mate?
Well, you can't not believe, I suppose, really. You know, after my second match, I had Michael White, who was 17, so it was the highest seed in the draw. So after beating him, then you believe that you can beat anybody in the draw with him being a top seed. So I mean, it was a tough game today. I had a reasonable overnight lead, and it was just a matter of trying to match frame for frame today and get to 10.
Yours has been quite a journey, hasn't it? You know, re-qualifying through Q School. You've had to do this the hard way, and I wonder whether that will mean your Crucible debut will mean even more to you when you do step out on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, well, 12 months ago, after the World Championship qualifiers, I won a couple of matches and lost. I didn't qualify, and subsequently I lost my place on the tour. And this time last year, I was back home practicing for the Q School. So 12 months ago, you know, I was doing that, and now I'm getting ready for the Crucible. So yeah, fantastic, over the moon.
Well, and also you're a great source of inspiration, therefore. If there are players who you know, their form takes a little bit of a dip, you're absolute proof that you can recapture that, and you can come back and qualify for the biggest stage and the biggest tournament that the sport has got.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you know, the Q School's a brilliant opportunity for any players, young or old. You know, I don't think you're ever too old, really. You've just got to believe in yourself and practice hard and do the right things, which is not always the easiest thing to do. But you know, like I say, something like this is fantastic. So it's nice to be rewarded. It took me a long time. Must be a slow learner, but I got there in the end.
Well, and that's what counts. So I was asking Craig before we went live what his nickname is. Apparently one of his mates calls him Rocksteady, Craig Rocksteady Steedman, which is quite nice, actually. Yeah. So is that because you're renowned for being cool under pressure, or is it a bit of an ironic nickname?
No, I'm certainly not cool under pressure. I couldn't stand up then when I got to 9, so it's not because of that. But yeah, I spoke to him this morning, but previously he said if you get to the Crucible, you get to a venue, just be sure to get called Rocksteady. I don't know what his obsession with it is. I've never really been called it before. It's just him. So it's James Ledbetter, if you're watching. That's for you.
Great stuff, James. We'll be sure to use that at the Crucible. So you said you really could feel it out there. It must be quite difficult when you've been around a long time and you've battled to get back to a position like this. Is it difficult to keep your emotions in check as you close in on what is a very, very special day?
Yeah. I mean, I've never got to the final qualifying round, so this was new territory for me to begin with. But I felt fine all week. Like I said, after beating Michael, you know, it's a big confidence booster. And I played pretty well all week, so I just took that into yesterday. It wasn't the greatest match yesterday, but I managed to get an overnight lead, which was nice. And then today, like I say, I felt fine all match. And then, you know, I nicked a couple of frames. He played better than me today, really. But that's the beauty of, you know, of long matches. I had a reasonable lead going into today. But yeah, when I got to 9, I didn't feel nervous. But then I had a long shot to go at, and I just went dizzy. But yeah, you know, I held myself together at the end, I suppose, which is, you know, that's all you've got to do, I suppose.
And what's your attitude now? You know, in the you know the hour or 35 minutes, whatever it is, since you've had a chance to come to terms with the fact that you'll be a Crucible debutant. Are you quite relaxed now? And is it a case of nothing to prove and everything to gain and just savouring the opportunity?
Yeah, I suppose, you know, nothing to prove everything. You know, I suppose so. Like I say, it's not really sunk in. I'm going to go home for a few days, and hopefully, you know, if I could wish for anything, it'd be a draw later in the week, just have a few days rest, and you know, like I say, let it all sink in and get back to practicing for a couple of days, and then come back nice and refreshed. And I don't mind who I play. It's just a pleasure to be in the draw and to play at the Crucible. So yeah, whoever I get, I don't mind.
And will there be loads of your friends and family coming for the first round, or are you going to try and keep it low key so that it doesn't add to the weight of expectation and the sense of occasion?
I haven't actually switched my phone on since I finished. I went straight upstairs to do a few.
You might have a few texts. Yeah. I have a feeling.
I came straight upstairs, did some interviews, and come straight in here. So I've not switched it on yet. I'm sure I've got some messages, people who want to come and watching. But you know, if they want to come outside of my hands, you know, I won't be looking at anybody in the crowd. I don't think. I'll just be trying to do a job like I've done this week.
Well, I tell you, Craig, even just from the humble perspective of being the MC, it's brilliant when you get the chance to introduce a debutant. And the Crucible crowd, as you will obviously know, are very knowledgeable and very passionate and very generous. And you'll get a massive, massive reception, because I think the Crucible crowd always appreciate just what it means to a player to get there for the first time. So I hope you really do savour that moment, and we'll do our best to whip the crowd up for you. So get a couple of days rest, not too many pints, and we'll see you on the biggest stage that snooker has.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Well, thanks very much, Craig. Whilst Craig hot-foots it to check his phone, we're going to get Matthew Stephens in. Came to a really tough match against Joe Swale, 10 frames to 5. Matthew, congratulations coming on in. Matthew's got a great record at the Crucible, multiple semi-finalists, twice a runner-up. But Matthew, when you're playing someone of the calibre of Joe Swale and the experience, just nice to get through that.
Yeah, of course it is. Joe's, he's been around for years. Himself, he's got to 2 semi-finals of the World Championship. I managed to beat him then in 2000. So, it was always going to be a tough game. And, we came back so well against Dominic from 9-5 behind. And when I was 9-4 at the interval there, he came out with a century, and then he was on 48. So I thought, hope history doesn't repeat itself. But, I managed to hold myself together at the end, and pleased to be back at the Crucible.
Well, anyone who was watching that, we did have the last frame of that going on our YouTube channel. That last blue was absolutely massive. You held your nerve really well there.
Yeah, I potted a good red, good long red, and a good brown left-handed. And yeah, it was a great blue. It was all right. I had a little bit of breathing space, but you don't want to lose that, and give Joe a bit of momentum. But yeah, I'm pleased the way I held myself together at the end.
I was watching as you finished and shook hands with Joe, as you guys always do, so sporting. I thought there might be a little fist pump, but there wasn't, which is quite good, really, because does that send the message that the job's only half done?
Yeah, he's a good mate of mine, so I'd never do that. But and it was 10-5, so it wasn't really getting to the nitty-gritty part of the match. So no, but Joe's a good friend of mine, and obviously disappointed. He's not going to Crucible, but. I'm just glad to be back.
Do you think you'll have an advantage, perhaps, depending on who you draw? The fact that people know you've gone all the way to the final in the World Championship. You've got a great record. You seem to play really well on the longer frame formats. So you come into the Crucible with a great reputation for how you perform at the venue.
Yeah, I suppose the top players would want to play a debutant probably, because maybe they'd be a bit nervous on the occasion. Not sure if they want to play me or not, but I've been there before, and I'll maybe handle the nerves a little bit better. But you never know. Jamie Jones got to the Crucible quarters in his first attempt. So it's some players go out there and just enjoy it, and play their game. So you can never tell.
And even though you have been all the way to the final, do you still get that buzz? Will you be quite fired up in the dressing room in the last 10 or 15 minutes before the gun goes, as it were, and you get out there on the stage for the first round?
Yeah, I love it there. It's the whole thing. The drive up to Sheffield. I was devastated I didn't qualify last year. It's a horrible couple of weeks when you sat at home watching, not involved. But this week, next week, I'm in the draw, so all to look forward to. Great news as well. I was just waiting to interview Ryan Day, and we delayed it so that we could see the last few balls of yours, and he was really delighted for you. So, once again, it's been a good year for Welsh snooker, and I mean by way of the fact that the Welsh are so good at supporting snooker as well. Llandudno was a wonderful tournament. The Welsh was brilliant moving to Cardiff. Welsh snooker seems as though it's in a good place, not just from the playing perspective, but from the enthusiasm that the whole country seems to have for the sport. Yeah, it's fantastic. We had Michael White winning the shootout, in Blackpool, and then he went on to win India, which was, it was only a matter of time before he did it, but to do it, so soon, to win 2 tournaments back to back was fantastic, and he's got a great future. It was a shame he didn't qualify this year, but he's only a young boy, and he's got 20 years of it. He's a fantastic player, and he's got a bright future. Will you watch the draw tomorrow morning? Or are you quite relaxed about that? Yeah, we'll watch it if I'm up. But yeah, to be honest, you don't care really who you play. Like Craig was saying earlier, I suppose really you want to play later on in the week. But see what happens. And are you intending on going home, or will you stay up here? Oh no, I'll be going straight back now.
And will most of that, I mean, I was asking Ryan that question, and he said he was going home, and he said part of it is to have a rest and part of it is to keep your eye in. But, you know, the way the tour is for you guys now, a couple of days to actually almost just, you know, catch up on your sleep might be actually quite important.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a, you know, nice couple of days at home and, you know, see the kids. I think Freddie wants to come up with me on whenever I play, so, you know, that's going to be nice.
Great stuff. Well, enjoy your rest, Matthew. We shall watch the draw with interest. You've got to be in it to win it. So many congratulations. Tough match against Joe Swale. So Matthew Stevens, the Welsh Dragon, will be at the Crucible. We've got a few more matches still to wrap up. Just go through the scores with you. Alan McManus, 9-5 up and in the balls against Mitchell Mann. He's had a 37 on the board. Mitchell Mann's now at the table. Graeme Dott's beaten Hugh Deleu 10-7, so we'll hope to get a chat with Graeme quite soon. Anthony McGill, bearing in mind he was 5-3 down against Mark King. He's 9-7 up. Mark King took the frame to make it 9-7, and Jamie Jones 9-8 up against Adam Duffy. Duffy made a good comeback to draw level, and he's now got 29 on the board in the next frame. So really, really tight matches, and we'll be interviewing every winner. We'll try and get Graeme Dott in as soon as possible, and we'll be back with updates every 15 minutes here on the day the qualifiers seal their place in snooker's most prestigious tournament.
32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days they will battle it out over the green bays. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship. 32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days, they will battle it out over the green baize. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship.
Well, the qualifiers for the Crucible are coming thick and fast. Many congratulations to Jamie Jones, back again after your heroic efforts at the Crucible a couple of years ago. Who could forget that incredible win against Sean Murphy? But Adam Duffy, the local lad, made it tough there, and he drew it back to 8-all. So you must have been feeling edgy towards the end of the match.
Yeah, I mean, it was a funny old game, you know. I was sort of going 1 and 2 frames up quite consistently through the match. He kept pegging me back, and then I was 8-5 up at the last interval. So that's a bit of breathing space that I wanted. And then all of a sudden it was 8-all. And I mean, from that point on, then you've got to take your chances, you know. It's so difficult to do. There's a lot of pressure out there, and I took them well.
And quite a few people here at Ponds Forge to watch the qualifiers, so that must give you a little bit of added spice, to a reminder of just how important the match is.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few people spread out over the 5 or 6 tables there today. It gets a bit close on one, they all seem to drift over to your table. So there was a good crowd there in the end. You know, everyone knows the importance of this. Everyone wants to get to the Crucible. So there is a lot of pressure out there, and that's what adds to the tournament, yeah.
Well, you proved a couple of years ago with that great run to the quarterfinals that you're more than capable of holding your own under that pressure. What's your assessment of your form going into the Crucible? You're world number 40, you've had a few last 16 appearances, but you haven't gone particularly deep in any one tournament. Are you feeling confident and in good shape?
Well, this season more than any other has been my most consistent. You know, I haven't done, you know, particularly well in any event, but I've done pretty good in every event I've played in. You know, so I've won a lot of matches. My form is definitely getting better coming to the end of the season, so I'm hoping that I've hit form at the right time.
And, you know, with that great run that you did have a couple of years ago, people know that you're not intimidated by the context or the opponent at the Crucible. Do you still remember those matches, you know, really clearly? Because it was a standout moment in your career. To people who are outside snooker, you suddenly arrived on the global stage. It was an incredible run.
I mean, I've watched other players there, you know, and it seems to me that you either really, really like it there in your debut, or you hate it. It's one of them places where you can thrive or you can struggle, you know. And I've got great memories from there, you know. So I'm looking forward to getting back at and doing the same.
Any interest in the draw? Will you know, do you take quite a relaxed view? For instance, your countryman Matthew Steedman said, I'll watch the draw if I happen to be up 10:30 live on the YouTube channel, by the way, tomorrow. Will you watch it, or are you not particularly interested in terms of who you face? You're just happy to be involved?
I will watch the draw, yeah. I'm not particularly bothered about who I play. I'd quite like to get a draw sort of later on in the rounds, you know, so I can go up there, watch a few games, just get a feel for it like I'd done a couple of years ago, you know. So if I just watch a little bit and get into it a bit, yeah.
Good performances from the Welsh today. Ryan Day making it through, Matthew as well. The game's looking good in Wales, especially if you bear in mind that the great form that Michael White produced earlier in the season to win those couple of tournaments.
Yeah, excellent. Me, Matthew and Ryan went for a bit of food last night. We was all leading in our intervals, so we've said, you know, it'd be great if all three of us can get through. Obviously, Mark Williams is there as well as a top 16 player, but I mean, there's 4 of us there, I think. Is it 4?
Who else?
Mark, me, Ryan and Matthew.
Yes.
So there's 4 of us there now, so, you know, we got a good chance to Welsh.
And just talking about I won't call him the old dog, but he celebrated his 40th birthday actually in Llandudno, or just on his way home. He's still got it, hasn't he, Mark Williams? I mean, people think that he's incredibly laid back and that he doesn't care, but he really does still care about the sport, which is why he worked so hard to get back up into the 16 to guarantee himself another appearance at the Crucible.
I think he gives off the idea that he's not bothered. He's the most fierce competitor I know. He's 40. He's won 2 world titles, I think. So I mean, you can never write him off. I know he's having a rich vein of form at the moment. I know he's practicing very hard because I practice with him, you know. But yeah, you can never write him off.
Well, And the same could be said for you after that run a couple of years ago. You've got to be in it to win it. As I say, great socks, by the way. I'm not sure whether Matt can get down on those. Are those your lucky socks?
They're my lucky ones. I've worn these twice for my 2 games.
Right, you'll have to wear them at the Crucible. You're almost taking a leaf out of Dominic Dale's book, although Dominic goes a bit crazy on the shoes. But great stuff, Jamie. We look forward to seeing you at the Crucible. Well, as we said, the qualifiers come through thick and fast. And a few moments ago, I caught up with a man who knows what it takes to lift this great title. Well, this is the magnificent piece of silverware all the players want to win, and I'm sitting alongside a man who has lifted the trophy back in 2006 and been in 3 finals in all. Graeme Dott, congratulations, coming through a tricky match against Udaloo, and after missing out last year, you must be delighted to once again be back at the Crucible.
Yeah, I'm over the moon. I'm not getting any younger, and when I lost last year, it was devastating not to be there. So I'm just absolutely over the moon to be there.
A tricky opponent, Udaloo, and he didn't make it easy for you.
No, a very tough match. I knew it was going to be, but there wasn't much in it right to the very end. So I'm glad I managed to win the last couple of frames because it was really close.
What would your assessment be of your season so far? I mean, you're in the top 20. I think you're world number 19, so you're there or thereabouts. But there hasn't been anything particularly sparkling from your own high standards that I can recall from this season.
No, the season's not been that good, to be honest. I've played okay. I've played better than my positions in the tournaments have been. I've played better than, I maybe losing second round, but I thought I've played okay. So hopefully maybe I've saved it for the Crucible.
Will you still get that sense of excitement, because you know you've got a lot more experience than, for example, Craig Steedman, who's going to be making his debut? Great story for him, the world number 81, who only qualified back onto the tour through Q School. So your approach to the Crucible will be very different to his. But is it still somewhere that really gets you going and reminds you why you got into the sport in the first place?
Oh, that's definitely. I mean, the minute that you've qualified, you're over the moon, and then you get the horrible sicky feeling that you know you're going to be playing at the Crucible, where you're going to feel sick again. But we love it. That's what we all play for. So it's really great to finish your season there.
And 3 finals and 1 title is a great record, and one that sometimes people don't give you the necessary credit for. Why do you think the long frame format and the cauldron atmosphere like the Crucible suits your game so well? Why is that?
I think it just suits the way that I play. I'm probably not the best at anything in snooker, long pot and safety. I'm not the best at anything, but I'm pretty good at everything. And over a long period of time, I can wear people down. And a lot of the times I've done that. A lot of the times people have played a lot better than me at the Crucible, but I've managed to win the match.
And another thing, you are not always as slow a player as some people label you as. You know, people say, oh, Ebden and Dott in the same breath, but you don't always play that way, do you? It's harsh sometimes, the way that you get labelled like that.
It's the biggest myth in snooker. I think if you've done an average shot time and all, I must be in the top 10 or 12 fastest players, so I don't know where you get it. It's all because of that long final we had, but what can you do?
Well, you can only turn out at the Crucible and once again give yourself an opportunity. And I guess there aren't really any preferences. You've played everybody in the top 16. I wouldn't imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're particularly wanting to avoid anybody. You just want to get out there and have a chance to win.
Yeah, I know people say this, but I genuinely don't care who I play. I'm just happy to be there, and I'll take whatever I've dealt.
And depending on what happens here at the Crucible, do you think that, bearing in mind, you've said that it hasn't been a wonderful season, but you're not far off the 16, do you think that, in the early part of next season, you could be challenging for top 16 again?
Oh, yes, that's the plan. That's what you're always trying to do. But I mean, the game's getting harder and harder, and I'm getting older, so it's getting harder again to compete. But we'll try our best.
Well, in the meantime, I hope you enjoy watching the draw. I hope you get a great match. You'll get a wonderful reception from the crowd. They always love seeing the old champions coming back for another crack at this magnificent trophy. So well done, Graeme, and we'll see you on the big stage.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
So Graeme Dott, the pocket dynamo, certainly not a player who can be underestimated come the business end of the Crucible tournament. So we have 2 more matches still to finish here. We've got 8 more coming up. The next session starts at 5 o'clock, by the way. So join us again in 15 minutes' time for a further update where we may or may not have an interview with Alan McManus. Mitchell Mann certainly hopes that isn't the case. He trails 5-9 and wants to get back in the match. Alan leads at the moment 41-33 and he's in the balls. And Anthony McGill McGill has staged a really good comeback against Mark King. Mark the Royal King, he sometimes hates that nickname. He was 5-3 up. McGill is now 9-7 up, and he leads by 11 points. He is closing in on an appearance here at the Crucible. Those are the only 2 matches still going. The other 8 have all gone to a conclusion. Excuse me. Come back for more in 15 minutes. We'll see you soon.
32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days, they will battle it out over the green baize. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship.
Welcome back to Ponds Forge. So 6 players have booked their place in the lineup for the World Championship at the Crucible, which of course starts on Saturday. It's the battle for this amazing trophy. 2 matches still underway here. Alan McManus is 9-5 up and he's leading by 11 against Mitchell Mann. Be brilliant for McManus if he can get to the Crucible once again. He had a win last year, I think, over John Higgins. He also beat Ken Doherty en route to the quarterfinals. Played really well, but Mitchell Mann digging in a little bit. Anthony McGill is 9-7 up against Mark King. Mark King has relinquished quite a sizable lead, but he's putting in a spirited performance here. There's only 5 between them. Mark King bidding to make it 9-8 to deny Anthony McGill a place at the Crucible. Just a quick rundown if you haven't been online this morning. Mark Davis beat Ken Doherty 10-3 to book his 10th year at the Crucible. Ryan Day, 3 times a quarter-finalist at the Crucible. Great to see him coming up towards the top 16 again. He's now back in the top 20 and he's back at the Crucible. Matthew Stevens, brilliant blue in his last frame against Joe Swale. He won that one 10-5. Twice a runner-up at the World Championship, so really good stuff for the Welsh. Craig Steedman, a debutant, will be taking his bow this year at the Crucible. The world number 81. He beat Jamie Burnett 10-6. They call him Rock Steady, and let's hope his nerves hold out when he walks out in front of the packed crowd at the Crucible. Graeme Dott, the 2006 winner, 3 times a finalist in all. He came through quite a tight match against Hugh DeLue 10-7. And then Jamie Jones, remember that wonderful run to the quarterfinals a couple of years ago when he beat Sean Murphy. He beat Adam Duffy 10 frames to 8. So 2 places left up for grabs. Anthony McGill 9-7 up against Mark King. Alan the Angles McManus 9-5 up against Mitchell Mann. And then tonight at 5 o'clock we do this all over again with another set of matches. The lineup is getting tantalisingly closer to being understood here. 2 more players will book their place in the Crucible this afternoon.
32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days they will battle it out over the green bays. A grueling test of character, accuracy and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship.
Welcome back to the day of reckoning here at Ponds Forge. This is the day when the qualifiers secure their position in the bid to win this incredible trophy, the World Snooker Championship in association with Betfred. It's gearing up to be a fantastic year at the Crucible. 6 players have qualified. There are still 2 matches in progress this afternoon. Anthony McGill is 9-8 up against Mark King, but Mark King's leading that frame. Remember, Kingy had a 5-3 advantage, then McGill went to within 1 of winning the match, but Mark King is staging something of a renaissance here. 9-8, and he leads 44-6 in his bid to take it all the way to a decider. Alan McManus is 9-6 up against Mitchell Mann. Remember, Alan had a great run to the quarterfinals. It was one of the performances that instigated his return to the world's top 32. He leads 11-6. Mann has got some work to do, but he's really going for it. Those are the only 2 matches in progress this afternoon. We've had Mark Davis, Ryan Day, Matthew Stevens, debutant Craig Steedman, Graeme Dott and Jamie Jones all booking their place in tomorrow's draw, which will be live at 10:30. We'll be back every 15 minutes or so, and maybe, depending upon how McGill and McManus go, we might have an interview with either of the 2 Scots, if it's them who join the rest of our great players in the draw tomorrow for Saturday's World Championship. And then 5 o'clock this afternoon, the second set of final round qualifiers begins. It's all to play for, and there's a real sense of energy in Ponds Forge here, because this is a ticket to the biggest show in snooker.
32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days they will battle it out over the green bays. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship. 32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days they will battle it out over the green bays. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting for the title every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship.
Well, the first 8 matches in the drive to join the world's top 16 on Saturday for the World Championship are over, and we have 2 very happy, very proud Scots sitting alongside me. Anthony McGill, first of all, coming through a ridiculously tight match against Mark King. You're 5-3 down, you then rattle off 6 of the next 7 to go, 9-6, then a little bit of a wobble, Kingy pulls it back to 9-all, and then an unbelievable first visit clearance of 1-2-7 to make your Crucible debut. I'm knackered just talking about it.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm knackered as well. Aye, 9-6 up. Go 9-6. And then after that, it's just, I've never been so nervous ever to win a frame. Because obviously you just grow up just watching the Crucible and you're just like, you know, I'm nearly there. And then I was just gone. And Mark, he played a really good match as well. And I don't know where I pulled that century break from in the last, just lucky.
Well, with a little bit of skill as well. I mean, that's quite some way to seal your place in the Crucible in a decider. And Mark King, I was talking to Michael Holt a little while ago. He's warming up to play later on. He was saying that Mark King doesn't always get the respect that his achievements and his tenacity deserve, because he's not that easy to beat, is he?
I think, Mark King's one of those players who, I think similar to Joe Perry in a way, you don't actually realise how good he is until you play him. And when you watch him, he doesn't look like much, and it's easy for people on the sofa to sit, you know, and look at him and think, oh, he's not much of a player. But you actually go out and play him and you realise how good he is. And he's so hard to beat because he'll give you nothing, you know, nothing easy, unless you can help it. He's a tremendous player.
Well, we'll hear more from you in just a moment. We've got to get a word from Alan. Alan McManus, we were going to get him in for the interview, but he wanted to go and watch the last few balls because he's invested a lot of time in this guy. They practice together, they know each other really well. So, Alan, before we talk about you getting through to another Crucible, you're absolutely pleased as punch for this guy.
I'm very proud. Very proud of what this guy's done. You know, this is his 5th season as a pro, and he's starting to come of age. He's going to be, at the very least, he's going to be a top 16 player for a lot of years. How far he can actually, how high he can go, that remains to be seen. But he's got everything. He's got all the tools. He's got the work ethic. He's got the attitude, everything. And I'm really proud of what he's done. You know, I mean, I went out, as you say, I went out to watch last frame, and he's just flicking balls in. Like, what's this all about? It's dead easy, you know. So he's just awesome. It really is.
Well, he's been learning and working with some very experienced guys, yourself included, and you've turned it on again when you needed to. It wasn't quite as tight, man, as it was for Anthony with Mark, but always nice to book another place at the Crucible, and maybe spurred on by your great run last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to go back. You know, I hadn't played, I think, 5 or 6 years, and now 3 in a row, but it's kind of strange how it works out. But, you know, I'll go, you know, obviously I'm in the twilight of my career, and I'm good with that. I'm all happy with things, you know.
He's smiling when you're saying that, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's all right, you know. Anyway. I know he's a smiler anyway, but no, I mean, no, it's lovely to get through, I must admit. You know, it was a tough game with Mitchell today. It's the first time I've really seen him play, and never mind play him. And he was a tough cookie, really was. A real good player, and you know, I said to him at the end, you know, keep going, keep doing what you're doing, because he's got some potential there, you know, and plenty to work with. So you know, I'm pleased to get through, and go and get some more punishment up the hill in a few days.
And it's been a little while since you made your Crucible debut, but this guy will be experiencing that. Well, it could be as soon as Saturday, depending on the draw. What memories have you got of your first time, and what sort of advice would you give Anthony, or indeed Craig Steedman, world number 81, who's also made it through to make his Crucible debut? What advice have you got for these young guys stepping out from behind that old leathery curtain once again?
Well, it's difficult to actually give advice because everyone's different emotionally, obviously. But I'll tell you quick, when me and Ants were in the Crucible yesterday, we went in and it was a bit of a shell, and I put a couple of nice photographs on Twitter, and we had a little sit down, didn't we? And I look around, and I took some nice photos of Ants, which when he's in the final, I'm going to put on the internet for people. So we got a little, I always get a chill in there. I'm sure I said to Ants, until you get there and play there, you don't really fully understand what it entails, and he's going to. And I just hope I'm there to watch him as well,
And it's great for Scottish snooker. We were talking to the likes of Ryan Day and Matthew Stevens, who's rolling back the years to qualify. Mark Williams back in the top 16. So Welsh snooker's in a good place at the moment, especially if you bear in mind Michael White, who didn't qualify here but won a couple of tournaments earlier this year. This is great for Scottish snooker.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have many coming through, but what Ants has done in the last 3-4 years as a pro has been outstanding, in my opinion. But now that he's on the centre stage of the Crucible, that should spur young guys on. They should be looking at this young guy and saying, wait a minute, he's only, 24 or something, I want a piece of that action, And like I said before, I'm proud, I'm pleased for everything that he's going to experience next week, and I'm just so happy for him.
It's great stuff, and from you, Anthony, we've heard he talks well as plays well, doesn't he? Are you going back up the road, or is this you now, or does it depend on what the draw brings? I mean, you guys obviously need to make sure you get some rest before you come back. You've come through 3 best of 19s to get to the Crucible. What's the plan tomorrow in terms of going home or staying and just getting yourself ready for that debut?
No, I'm going home now. I'm going to drive home now, and need to wash my clothes and stuff. I've been away for a week, and
I'll vouch for
just going to the club, see when the draw comes out, see when I'm playing, and I'll just practice until then.
Well, it's a great story for both of you to make it through, and I know it will be every bit as special for you, Alan, as it was the first time. And enjoy it. I said to Craig Steedman earlier, the Crucible crowd are so passionate and so knowledgeable. They love it when a debutant walks out, and they'll make you feel very, very special. So you've done it the hard way with that excellent break. So good luck when you emerge on the big stage.
Thanks a lot, Rob. Cheers.
Great stuff. Right, we're going to let these guys disappear back up the road. The action gets back underway at 5 o'clock. The telly table tonight is Andrew Higginson. He's 1 up against Rob Milkins, 5-4. Some of the other matches, Fergal O'Brien is 6-3 up against Kurt Mafflin. Michael Holt has a 1-frame advantage over Robbie Williams. Robin Hull is only 3 frames away against Igor Figueiredo. So plenty to talk about. We're going to be back bringing you regular updates throughout the evening. And just as we've done with these two, we'll be catching up for live interviews with the last 8 guys to seal their place in this year's World Championship. It is already, even though we're only halfway through this wacky Wednesday, it's already gearing up to be a fantastic World Championship. So don't go too far. Cup of tea, sandwich. This snooker marathon resumes at 5 o'clock, and so do we.
32 of snooker's elite will descend on Sheffield's legendary Crucible Theatre. For 17 days they will battle it out over the green bays. A grueling test of character, accuracy, and pure skill. Hundreds of millions of fans will watch from all over the world, whose grit and determination will prevail. Face to face in a best of 35 frame final, fighting every player dreams of. There will be only one winner. Betfred, proud sponsors of the World Snooker Championship.